So what are we doing? Right, do it. Oh boy. Okie doke. So, where do we start? As usual. Usual place. Talk about races. Finish my in New York. Gotta stuck to every single dropout. Wish I had more. Come on. We're up against only NPCs. I don't know what those little things are supposed to be. What do you mean miss? How did it miss? How can it even miss? Oh. Nothing there. Oh! So OP! Can't say that. Racist. It's very soft and fluffy. almost too much, if I'm gonna be honest. I kind of like the more like rough bread that you get when you don't use milk, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I do like it rough. My mouth. But I only tasted a little bit, plus I just had a pizza, so not particularly objective right now. I'm leaving it out to cool a little bit more. Well, not cool, but dry rather. Because I left it in the bread pan to dry or to cool while I went to my cousin and we watched Venom 2, which was dog shit. But you're supposed to take it out of the bread pan after a little while. Otherwise, it gets a little bit soggy. Making the cheesecake? Oh, you're making the cheesecake for your mom? Then we do a 50, 60, 70 roulette. Oh boy. I learned today that fight or flight doesn't work on the magic spells you have. What is it called? Holy Spirit. Yeah. It doesn't work on that. So I've been using Requiescat to boost my Holy Spirit right when I use fight or flight. Which is not ideal. Because it does nothing except for waste your fight or flight for 12 seconds. So I guess more or less the ideal thing to do is to just start off by just doing a Goring Blade to get the dot up. How much is this? Let's see. $200 plus 300 plus, what is it, like 960 divided by 3. 486. Yeah, it's probably worth putting up a Goring Blade before you just start doing your magic nuke. Oh, what are we doing today? Saint Arboan, Saint Mokiantis Arboreid, yeah. This is the Heavensward dungeon. I think. Yeah. Music getting mangled? What? It's like a nightmare? What are you talking about? You're getting it that often? It's constant? That's weird. I saw someone had downloaded a plugin to let them change the speed of the video, because apparently Twitch sets it to like 0.06 or something by default. And that was supposedly fixing it. Turned out now messengers are slow, I guess. Well, we'll see if they ever fix that. It seems to be a new problem, so maybe they do something about it. But that's not guaranteed. I've barely done this dungeon. I've only done it a couple of times, so I don't really remember the strats. This boss is going to do something. Gonna be little dudes. They're gonna do something. And they're gonna be spinning around. Or is it just the big guy that's spinning? It's just the big guy. How many hours? I don't know. Enough. I don't have it on Steam, so I can't see anything like that. Just on this character, what is it? Flash Blade or something? Flash Age? There's something, but I don't remember what it is. Flash playtime. Total playtime 21 days on this character. And this is a new character. I have much more playtime on my other EU character. And that's 21 days, like it's hours combined into days. I wonder if Circle of Scorn. Do you think it does magic damage? An interesting question. Doesn't say. Attack. Yeah, maybe it does more damage. I don't know. Have to test it. Here we got the mandatory B-boss. There's always a B-boss. Finish killing them. Samurai actually seems a bit more interesting now than it did before. It's not much more interesting, but in Shadowbringers they added the Tsubame Gaishi thing. And it just looks cool. All it really does in practice, I think, is give you like one more button press for the supers, whatever you want to call them, when you spend the seal to kill. Sure what to make of these. Looks like we don't want to stand there. Yep. Here is there. Hat. Plague bringer. Oh, it's a plague mask. Oh, I got it. Nice. I don't want it, but I got it. Oh, and I'm gonna be playing Summoner later, because I need to. We need to level one of each role: tank, healer, physical DPS, and magical DPS. And we're gonna do a Summoner. I already have my Summoner at level 50, which saves a lot of time. And the new changes to the Summoner look super cool. Like before, you would summon like these little Ifrits, you know? You've seen them. It's just like a little red guy floating around. And then you have a bunch of dots that you apply. That's like the entire class. More or less. I mean, you still summon Bahamut and stuff. Well, for a while. But the new ones are really gigantic. Like you literally summon Ifrit from the Ifrit encounter. And he does like a nuke that blows up the entire screen. It's pretty cool. And they've changed it as well, because before it was like, oh, okay, you're doing DPS. Okay, it's Ifrit. You're soloing. Okay, summon Titan. But now it's more like I don't know if you know what they did with World of Warcraft Warlocks. Can we continue further here? Yeah, we can. Because in World of Warcraft, with the demonology tree, that used to be like the summon tree. But it was pretty much the same as all the others. As all the other specs. It was like barely any different. But what they did with it was they made all their abilities summons as well. So, like your main DPS is you summon some Fellhounds that like jump out and attack like 2 or 3 times, and then they get desummoned. You have Hand of Gul'dan, which summons a meteor in an area, and when it explodes, it turns into a bunch of imps that stay for like 10 seconds and do damage. That kind of stuff. So it's not just like, oh, you have a slightly bigger summon and then you're just spamming Shadow Bolt. It actually like is part of the gameplay, being a summoner. And that seems to be what they're doing. So now it's more like you're rotating between Titan, Garuda, and Ifrit. And when you have done them, they change all of your abilities into other abilities that kind of reflect what they were. Titan seems to have a bunch of melee abilities that you get. You go in and like smash people in the head with your book. And the same is true for the others, because you also have Bahamut and Phoenix when you get to high level. What do you do on this guy? There's a bunch of little guys. Don't stand on the little guys. Soul vacuum. Everything's gonna get more expensive. That's the entire point. I haven't burned any yet this winter. Yeah, that's good. My parents only use, like, we only cut our own wood. That's what we do. Which does not benefit me for, like, in any way, but, you know, it's nice for my parents, I guess. That's how they heat their water and Aha! I knew the thought of the Arboretum's treasures would be enough to get your juices flowing. Thanks to all the pruning you did for us, we were able to have a good look around the ruins. And it didn't take us long to find what we were looking at, what we were after. Oh, I can't wait to tell Midnight Dew the good news. Speaking of which, would you mind coming with us to Idleshire? Midnight Dew will want to thank you personally, and I dare say even an adventurer like you would be interested in our finds. Do you live at their place? No. Go and finish that, just to get rid of it. Come here. Let me finish it. Yeah, like I said, we watched Venom 2. It was terrible. I mean, Venom 1 was terrible too. But this was terrible too, TM. Ah, you've come at last, adventurer. Well, let's give Midnight Dew the good news. They're trying like super hard to turn Venom into the new Spider-Man. And like make him super wacky and still like actually nice. It's just so cringe. So bad. What am I looking for? I'm looking for something. Never mind. Now that's the ending I wanted to hear. Let's hope these seeds live up to their reputation. What fruit do you reckon they'll bear, adventurer? Something wrong? You seem surprised. Sonny, you did tell our friend here what you were looking for, didn't you? Ah, now that I come to think of it, that little detail might have slipped my mind. You see, the treasure we were looking for was seeds and sprouts that were cultivated specially by the Shalans. Years of research went into breeding them, apparently, and they produced plants like you wouldn't believe. As of now, Idleshire's main industry is collecting the junk left behind by the Shalans, but it won't last forever. Which is why it's important we find a new way to make ends meet, or we end up with nothing left to trade. Acquiring those sprouts and seeds was the first step to accomplishing that goal. If we can find crops that'll flourish in this land's changeable climes, we'll have a new industry that should keep Idleshire going for generations to come. Well, these seeds ain't going to plant themselves, so I'd best be about it. Something tells me growing them will make getting them easy. Tells me growing them will make getting them seem easy. It'll take a few moons, 'tis true, but I look forward to seeing those seeds bear fruit. Make sure you visit us from time to time, adventurer. One day we'll treat you to a feast, grown by our very own hands. Nice. I got nothing. Got nothing! I have a PhD in mustard theory. Damn, that sounds nice. We can do a quick trial. I just saw that it was Hank in need. Very hype. It's funny because they've already redone Summoner. Like I think they redid Summoner in Shadow Bringers, like mid Shadow Bringers. They redid Summon. Because it was just a terrible class. And now they're doing it again. This time they're having a better approach though, I think. Because one of the problems, I think, is probably that they've been like damage over time based. It's all about dots. So they're completely removing that. I'm not entirely sure either if you even keep the heads out in the same manner. Or if you literally just summon them temporarily all the time. Either way, it looked cool. And I was so... Mainly because I already played Black Mage to 80 on my EU character. Which is what I wanted to play otherwise. Alright, where's this bastard? Here he is. Red one. The red one's mine. Where is the other tank? There. Watch as we die. Oh my fucking god! Yeah, I guess we can DPS this guy. Oh, you're hard casting race, dude. Made it. Okay. Like this one is one of the most random ones, whether it's super easy or... Aw. We don't have a red mage. Maybe I can get this one. Just waiting to see if anyone is leaving, so I can have a higher chance of getting. Fuck, someone else got it. All right. Ledosal Gates. You will visit Alphino and Kalusha then. Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here's the letter of introduction. Sent it to Zem Genma, the master of beasts, at Temenos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. I think we can pick up some new bounties. That guy wearing. Oh no, it's that ugly armor. Temenos Rookery. I think the bounties are there. Nutsport. I have to turn this shit off. Let's do it. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Huh. Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to Kalusha. I will pick you out a friendly well. Amaro are often used for travel, then. That's right. Mounts like my grey friend over there are a common sight in these parts. They are so ugly. But I gather you hail from further afield. More accustomed to chocobos, perchance. I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zoom worthy of his name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend you while I ready the mounts. Who, where? Oh, the Amaro launch. You want to fly on Amaro to Kalusha? Well, I suppose if Master Janmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mounts shortly.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
hate smiley names. The smiley names are terrible. Like finding the right smiley is impossible, based on the names. We are arrived. This is Cracked Shell Beach, on the eastern coast of Kalusha. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent here, and the native beasts are not more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy you that city in the distance. That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Yulmoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Yulmore is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I am glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Eivor. Eivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Kalusha, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme. That will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you're ready to return. What is that? Piece of cheese? Don't have any cheese. I need to buy more cheese. I only have butter for my new bread that I made. What are you after? Fish? Crab? I think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere if you taste for it. Ooh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan, and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now, what is it I can do for you? Can't say there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Costco's sausage tonight? Unexcited? This guy eats a lot of sausage. Alphinoe. Aye, I know that one. A young champion of the downtrodden. Yulmore's richer than all of Norrland put together. But it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. Had a farmer's sausage for breakfast? Aye, I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's the fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a run-down excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there and I'll see that Alphino joins you. Better order instead? Yeah. Gotta get some variation in that diet. Is this your first time in a tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What'll you be having? Ale, mead, water. Give me water. A fine choice. And what'll you be paying with? Well, now, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like this? I'm sorry, dear. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity. And I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors. So we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Ah, here's an idea. There's a common to the north, where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like it's not. Do that for me, and you can lace about here as long as you like. Who's this? Tina Kauroko. Someone's just RPing in here. But they, both in this place, especially in this place, I think, and in Amarang, they really captured the World of Ruin feel. I like it a lot. Was wasting time in a duty queue looking for sightseeing spots. Went way up high on a statue for one. Found a couple elves scissoring up there. Of course you did. Oh, we gotta yell at this guy. No response. Maybe you need to knock louder. Bang, 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 bang. No response. Perhaps the occupant is hard of hearing. Bang, 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 bang. You hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one's home. And judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Got to the Estinian in bed cutscene with the length warning. Oh, that's the end of... That's the end of Heavensward. Like the full end. After that is lead up. No, well, it's two. But it's two, one is split into two. So yeah, kind of. I think. No, you might be right. Is it only 2 patches to get there? Yeah, maybe. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Gone? Huh. Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. Yeah. In Gate Town, outside Yulmo. You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend.
Nice poncho, bro.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, well, Finno, you
In a way they
did.
are. I think they're kind of using an old clothing model here. So it's probably slightly less high resolution than the others.
Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in.
But not
Keep
that
an eye on the
much.
place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
You see his clothes are slightly higher resolution. But yeah, that... I don't know if it's in... I think it's in Stormblood, where things get a little bit better. Like, it gets better in Heavensward, obviously. But in Stormblood, I think that's where they discontinued PS3 development. And they forced you to upgrade to a PS4 to keep playing. So I think things get a little bit better there. Shadowbringer's the latest one, yeah. Until Endwalker comes out soon. We thought we'd lost you.
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat.
I think I've told you like 3 times now. It's
One being
coming out on the
City Eaters,
2nd
of course.
of December. Or 3rd of December, somewhere
They
around
are
there.
a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
No. No, I'm good. I'm gonna go. I'm coming back. Ow.
And so we take to the road once more.
Look at my bread. Is it drying up a little bit? A little bit. Still needs to dry more though. Look at it. Bread. See that? That apart. Is it hard to make? Nah. It was just like normal, more or less. Pretty good. It was Japanese Hokkaido milk bread is what it is. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. The comrade, I suppose. Come. From here we must head west, and then cross a small bridge. I don't know if the cum made any difference though. I mean, it's hard to say without trying with and without. Lucia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. Ah, to think that whatever calamity struck this horse, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No! Get away from me! Over there! Quickly, someone's in trouble. Didn't you do it like in the vid? I did. Oh, thank the fates! Look out! My poor heart. Thank you, young sir. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearing. But I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you all right, madam? Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. Ah, I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. Now I'm sure a strapping young lad like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. It's as the lady says. Many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmore's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? Ah, yes. Alizé would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared with Amareng, Kalusha is almost a haven. But as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Have you arrived but a few moments later, the Sin Eaters would have claimed another victim. Still, we have won a small victory this time at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
Ah, I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh?
Begrimed Bolok.
I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
What does that mean? A Vicar's
He's
room?
not here
What?
to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
I thought that trumpet was from outside my place.
Gentlemen, your attention, please! Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all! Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
Fish, is it?
Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged, and so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
Yay!
Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident!
What? Looks like a butt.
For you!
Ah, look!
Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Over here!
Butt bread.
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity, yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let us just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
You don't like bread? Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won by a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Yulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I have tried to propose ways that they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now. I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn. Take a turn around Gate Town and judge the situation for yourself. Let's turn on the hat there. Why does it look like that? Still here, are ya? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Yulemore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, aye, but at least it's safe, and the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. Have you taken the vaccine? No. Marketed to get some pussy. A large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks. Meal, you realize, floating the otherwise plain broth. Isn't Martin into men? I would. It's flying to Italy. Can you even do that if you don't take the vaccine right now? Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that awaits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? Okay, so we have two cuckboys in here. And we've got two Gigachads. And we've got Despes who is on the fence. Oh, he's also a cuckboy. You've seen what Gate Town has to offer. These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of meal and believe Yulemore is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay unable to conceive of any other way of life. You disapprove of these people's way of life. Shouldn't have turned the helmet on. Disapprove? It frustrates me, certainly. That is only part of it, though. The whole situation makes me uneasy. Not that it matters. However unjust this system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Yulemore's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the islands are left empty and unattended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I'm not convinced that Yulemore's generosity truly serves the best interest of Calusia's people. I'm not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this. Yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. Oh, also, the vaccine literally doesn't help against spread, so it doesn't actually protect your parents at all, but yes. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Yulemore's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Robin. I have been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There is only a beast tribe who makes its home in the seas surrounding the island. The Ondo, they're called, though you and I know them as Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataru took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor. Would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Yulmoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first then. We must pay a visit to Moshamoa, my supplier in right. Come. It's just to the northwest of here. Why are people posting an ugly character from LGBT He-Man? Big dudes. I wonder if I've done these side quests on this character. I've done all of the side quests in Shadowbringers on my EU character at least. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Moshamoa. This is my associate, Robin. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? I loaded your lackey up with goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Mr. Lad? Short blue hair? No? He said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know the details, I just assumed. Confound it, someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town, and I shall take the west. Oh! Hunt target. Come here. In Endwalker, all the spells for Paladin become instant. I don't know about the heal, but all the damaging spells become instant casts. That it seems. Which is nice. What's Martin doing in the land of spaghetti? He's visiting his sister. Locate the blue-haired Mr. lad. I see one lad over there. Is that him? Is he hot? I don't know. Probably not. You have located your quarry. Nope. Robin, and his sign up. There! You have a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. Let's turn off that hat again. Ow.
There you are.
Oh, you're in trouble.
The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore.
No,
That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I'm starving, but I have to go in there, not the other place. This one has to be this one, Mom.
Such a little baby. I hate this guy.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmorans' interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance and nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
I wonder if I can make some cloudberry marmalade. I've never tried that. It's a bit...
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shear, it was the difference between life and death.
They're very seedy though. Like, that's the problem.
I do not regret my decision. Yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world. That countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
Quite possibly. Meaning we'd better hurry up and think of a new plan. That's not who you are. You're Alphino, the little elf boy.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alphino, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to right then? Is that? I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on, they may need our help.
Climb aboard. No, don't run. No, I have a chocobo. I have a two-seater chocobo. There's my two-mounter chocobo there. Big. Weakened wretch. Hey, buddy. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Cough, splutter. What does that even mean? Mercy, mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. Lightblight muted the spoilers, but there's gonna be spoilers for forever. They're never gonna stop. The poor man is shivering. Pray, keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Crystal. I was invited to Yulmore to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures of them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Valtry's city. Within days, they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the goddamned ocean. From up there? How were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment. Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Valtry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what awaits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first we should convey Tristal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Away into the city? Big claw. I'm gonna do this fate. I don't know why, but I'm gonna do it. pity fate that only has 2 enemies. No! Pulled some trash. Two more, I think. And this time. Instead of doing hunts in this game, you do, or in this expansion, because that's kind of what you were supposed to do to unlock like flying speed and whatnot. And it was kind of trash. In Shadowbringers, you still have the nuts. But I'm not sure what you unlock with it, but for like getting faster mount speed and such in areas, it's more about just grinding fates. Pray, accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I am able at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach, but since it's plain you've set your mind on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Yulmoran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want, and if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided, but I shan't stay long in this place. Not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. New lands, there's literally only the Crystarium to go to, so I'll see you in the Crystarium, my brother. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristol has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon its advance before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then it is settled. All we need do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. Back we go. If they hadn't pushed back the release, it would be now. And we would not be even near Endwalker. The thing about the Endwalker release, though, is that it's probably going to be a fucking shit show. it's probably going to be the most broken release they've ever had to date. Except for maybe the base game, or A Realm Reborn. That was super broken. But like, Stormblood was a disaster as well. And now they have had the most influx of players that they have ever had. They're not going to be able to handle it. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed a peddler who made pearls from a plum. And now we've a place for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show. I can paint, portraits at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Aha! Ho-ho! Flecks of paint, both old and new. A tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well. Come with us. We'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on? Well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant. He whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with him or not at all. Parasite then. We shall leave his fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to Yulmore's sweet embrace. Where's my fucking bread, bitch? Oh, mercy me, the meal. We almost took our leave without leaving a lovely token. We must empty the sacks, or we make our way back. Yeah, that guy's so fucking excited to get some bread.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days. Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Welcome to this to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No? Not even a single tear. Moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through the joyous hall. The Bureau of Immigration is the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice, loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folk off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gay Town, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means, take your time. But why waste another moment? Go! Enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being. Back when A Realm Reborn released, people were literally queuing for quests, or instanced quests. Like when they force you to fight something or whatnot. Because the quests could only handle like X amounts of people, otherwise the game would just, or the servers would just crash. So people were just queuing. Like literally just standing there in a gigantic line waiting for their turn. And in Stormblood, the same thing happened again. So I'm not particularly expecting the Endwalker release to work well. Welcome to Yulmore, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I am Alphino, an artist, and this is Robin, my assistant. Ah yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Yulmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Walthery, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free or accept work as a general laborer. I see. And might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually, are Chinus and Dulia Chai, a mistal couple whom most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourselves with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order. These are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Yulmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. Thank you. Welcome to the Bureau of Registrations. Or of Registration. Papers, please. What have we here? Alphino, artist. Robin, artist's assistant, to be employed in the service of Lord Chinus and Lady Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best that we deliver you to the Chai residence before... Sniff? Huh? Sniff, sniff. Oh dear. You smell hideous. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away the stench, You'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume, liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Hornen, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. I hadn't realized we were so aromatic. Where to bathe in there, then? It's only right. Can't go and bathe with my clothes on. You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. Ah! You're showering, bro. Apply the sweet-smelling perfume. Yeah, it's time to get rid of all the cat boys. You apply the perfume as directed, and the delicate scent of roses fills the air. Oh, you showered and dressed already, have you? It's not... that is to say... it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? For your what? Hurry up and shower, Stinky. Fine, just a quick rinse then. Yeah, I know, the first thing I did was comment on his poncho. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then? You're looking to present yourself to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out, then... Let me explain how the city's laid out, then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters. And above that you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Yulmore spend their days. So, if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs. Then look for the Grand Dame's parlor. They'll be in there, like as not. Up to Selfato. Your understory. You're gonna hear about the girl we're about to talk to's understory, and you're gonna see her buttress very soon. Or him. Check out these cheeks, dude.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
She's great.
Ah, you must be the new,
He's a Redditor.
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
No, are they serious? What? They can't be serious. Oh. You know, the Swedish Social Democrats recently got a new leader for their party, a lady named Magdalena Andersson. And they were making like a huge fuss about it because she was going to be the first prime minister, the first female prime minister of Sweden. So she became the first prime minister of Sweden. I don't really know exactly how it works. And then she got voted down. And then she had to step down after 7 hours. Told you about this like 4 hours ago? I wasn't here 4 hours ago. Where did you post that? Who then? I didn't see anything like that. I must have missed that. Oh. Yeah, I didn't register. I wasn't paying attention to that at all. Except for until now when Talos atted me with it.
Yes. Well, I mean, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful! Welcome to Yulmore.
Alfino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of
Minigames.
gratitude
Oh.
for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
Now you have the opportunity to experience Yulmore. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there, by wandering around the market stalls mayhap. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Micro-learning? Oh my god, it's so nefarious. Oh, hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big, strong lad. Long hair? Tied back? He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I dropped my handkerchief, and now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. I can be at your side instead. I think I may have lost the handkerchief in the hallway leading into the plaza. My attendant mentioned he would try looking there first. There? Hello there. What are you doing? Okay. Bitchy upper class waifu? Yep. She had bitch eyes. They were sexy. Wicked white, that was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough. You must think highly of your mistress. She's my entire world. Without her, I am nothing. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to the city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has ever been so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Collusion where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet. I must return to her immediately. This railing is terrible. Like, what? What is this railing even doing? Who is it protecting from what? If anything, it's like, oh, by the way, you can it's safe. You can go to the edge. There's a railing, and then there's like a entire meter of open air before you get there. Makes no sense. That's just for the lynchings? Yeah, I guess so. My attendant told me everything. I'm so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance. You value him highly then. As if he were a member of my own family, I could not live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society our different standings would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Yulmore a more glorious measure. A most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course. Our courageous messenger turned rescuer. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the Beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady of the name of Tista Bai. Tista B. Yeah, it's B, because it's the Beehive. Tista B. Usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Moist Towlet. Hello, Moist Towlet. What are you doing here? You're also doing New Game Plus? How dare you? That's my job. Welcome to the Beehive, my little drone. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering you see, always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Within reason, of course. Interested? Ready for a game of high or low, then? Let's play. Good for you. No time like the present, I say. Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours, and I flip 2 of mine. This is a better card game than Triple Triad. But that's just because Triple Triad is retarded. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? Low. You're going with low then. Right, let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 12 and you have...
Oh!
A total of 19. This is still a terrible card game though. Sorry, honeybee, but this match goes to me. That's what I like to hear. Let me shuffle the deck. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? Lower for sure this time. Come on. You're going with low then. Right, let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 18 and you have... a total of 17. Fuck yeah. Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I'd concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win and we'll talk about that favor. Another match of high or low. Come now, little honeybee. We all need our diversions. That's the spirit. Let me sort out the deck.
Yes, we know how it works. Now what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? High. You're going with high then. Let's see what we've got. We lost. Oh! Play again. We have to win again. It's just RNG. It's so dumb. I hate RNG. It's a draw. If I homestead far enough north, there might be a way out of property tax. Are you gonna move out into the middle of nowhere? If you do that, you should get some land. Land is nice. That's a lot of eating deer and rabbit though. Well, if you do any hunting at all. Could make some farming plots, pretty easy. Though the main issue with living out like that is that you have to buy a tractor. Because you need to clear the road yourself. You can't live without it. But here at least you can basically get them for free. It's weird. Like if you have a large enough land that your land counts as farming land or farmland, then you can get tax write-offs for your tractor. It's actually a business strategy here. That's what farmers do. Farmers here literally subsidize their own farms. Like if they don't do this, they barely can scrape by. Like they buy a ludicrously expensive tractor for like $150,000, and then they use it for 3 years, and after that it becomes theirs, and they get all of the money back, and then they sell it for like half the price or something, or like for $100,000 instead to someone else. And then they get all of that money on hand, and then they buy a new tractor. Retarded. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? Give me something more clear, come on. You're going with low then. Right. Let's see what we've got. 13. 14. Fuck a bitch! We're never gonna get past this. It's gonna take all the day. It is a 50-50 guess! That's the entire game. That's what I said. Like, it's better than it's better than Triple Triad, which is the other card game. But it's literally terrible anyway. Low. Like, it's not entirely RNG, because you have a little bit of an educated guess based on what cards are on this on the table, but otherwise it's just a guess. It's like 90% RNG. Well, would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Come whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell old Tista what she can do for you. Hex. That's all? How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then this is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Valthree was born with the power to command them, which means no Yulmora need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of a Tharn over there. There's naught that merry sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. Boom. Hello, a Tharn. What's that? New to Yulmore, you say? Gah ha ha ha! Only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I tell you what, you hop on the stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. I'm going to absolutely gut you where you sit. AWS? Let's say AWS. Amazon Cloud. Are we talking the service or are we talking stocks? Amazon Web Services. Let's see. And not seeing the one person I know who plays it complain about it being down. That's the way, dance like there's no tomorrow. Whistle! Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Yulmoran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us, so around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see.
terms them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Yulmore. No longer an enemy to be feared. And yet, elsewhere there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Ha! A toast to Lord Walfrey. That doesn't sound suspicious at all. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city. So soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Alphino has yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, I am told. Or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. There, he's got rid of his poncho. I've put together an ensemble of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh goodness gracious me! That last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? What happened to painting? But now where is anime future iPad Grimoire? Did he have that before? Exactly, the lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly. Well, I'd not. That is to say, as long as you... Ah, just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick out some jewelry next? Cyber Kitar? Yeah, maybe he had something like that. But no, they lost everything. So they just have new stuff now. I think Alphino looks simply precious in the more frilly fashions, but he seems the most comfortable in traveling wear. So I settled on his current wardrobe. It's not a common style in Yulmore, and I can just imagine the heads turning as he strides through the crowd. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of her works in our favor. The time I spent indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the lair below us, and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Let me go sniffing, sniffing. I like how they call me an assistant, and I literally don't do anything. The understory, that's down here. Oh. Anyone here? Shai Sat. Look around all you like, but whatever you do, don't lock me in here when you leave. Ch-ch. What am I looking for? There. Weeping Warbler. Hello, Weeping Warbler. Sniff. What are you doing, Weeping Warbler? You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me. Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm no use to him, then... I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thorich. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. The Glory Gate. Is that outside? Yes. I should open my window for a spell.
Hee. You need medicines, tonics, potions. A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No, no medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Hee, poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder? Or simply silence her chirps? Oh, your face! You didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest? Gone. A town of nightmares it is. Not for this ship's rat. Oh, no, no. I'm content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict, and I have my meal. Good day. Okay. The mainstay, the Glory Gates. Okay, yeah, this is the right place. What? Did you get my medicine? So that's it. What am I to do if I can't sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said... So you've been suffering all this time. I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave. But you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the streets. You're too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I will become more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have a word with Lord Valthry and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it a step too far. No, you would do that for me? Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. Ascension? Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Valthry that we learn this truth. It is through Lord Valthry's grace that the free people of Yulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Valthry truly is a great man, isn't he? Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious Callan. Pretty good, dude. Made her really fat. He is pretty fat. Yeah. This has some meme potential. It's good to see you back. You were taking so long I began to worry something had happened. I've begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the chies appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? So, Lord Valthry boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters. Does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help be put in mind that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? Spoiler time. Hey, I take my eye off you for one moment, and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done, then? Huh. What in the blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alphino. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility, and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous union, it seemed to me that a realistic portrayal. Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... Oog! Arg! I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose set to ruin our fair city. But our lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the autumn. Yeah, let's go and watch this guy get killed. A malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing. That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us, where Lord Valthree resides. This music? I'm not sure, but I think it may be Final Fantasy IX, the Clown Twins. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. We had better not dawdle then. I've heard it. Does that mean you haven't played Final Fantasy IX? Joining the crowd up there. Because I think that's where it is from, but I don't know. I can understand that. Otherwise, it's actually
That's Valthree.
it's a really good-looking PlayStation 1 game, to be honest.
He's attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12.
I think it might be from Final Fantasy VI otherwise.
Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Speaking of deformed,
Lord Valthree, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Newry is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society.
I'm not sure who his voice actor is.
To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin-eaters are part of Yulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
It is true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
Clap, 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 clap.
And people call this paradise.
Yeah, there has been very little blood otherwise, I think.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence.
Ching! Does it have to make that sound?
Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Damn, dude.
Can you walk? I think so.
Did that little worm just insult me? I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
This. Thank you. Again. Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside. Again. Though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Yulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Collusia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me. And now Lord Valthree wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I am certain we can find work for you there if you are willing. No.
That would just be leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking. Learn to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Yule Morns may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. And you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Puff! Puff! Alfie, no! Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alfino. Now, I've had many beautiful and striking pictures painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Valthree and vouch for your character. I'm sure you can smooth over any hard feelings. I am sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left for us to the fullest? Pray, press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gates without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. While it's not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Valthree and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. There. Now things are actually going to start happening. Like, it's a pretty strong introduction compared to the other ones. But they always do this. There's like 2 separate like zones that are introduced, and they have these little like introduction quest lines that take forever to get through. Because these are still the level 70 quests. Ah, it's good to be back amongst friends, not to mention my dear sister. I have not seen her for some time, but I gather she is as keen to press on with our plans as I am. And you've seen quite a lot since quite a lot of the First yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done. Before we do that, however, I think I am going to go and get some water, and I'm going to open the window for a little while, so I'll be right back. Expecting.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmor might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Breathed in some chocolate dust. Ew. I'm not sure I follow.
Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then.
Wow!
In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents, A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the Source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed. At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Honestly, I think I prefer not having any egg in the bread. I don't like the egg taste, really. Hallminster Switch is in the north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of the Accentor Gate, and I shall lead you there myself. Tessellation, I think. All set? If we follow this road north, we will arrive at the northern staging point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly. Oh, I like the other song. Give me back the other song. Of course there are monsters I need to kill here. Here? I like this chain bonus thing, where if you kill monsters fast enough, you get like a chain bonus that keeps them on stacking. But it literally doesn't do anything. Because you can't level them. Like you just can't. It serves no purpose. It's like some half idea that they had that they didn't really fully grasp. And now, we're going to get an instant queue. Hallminster Switch is past these gates and through the woods. 'Tis not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike any we have seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villagers, but as many as have remained. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that the Light Warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we'll have our chance to slay a warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a warden, as no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends. They hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile ether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being, a reckless young swordswoman perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Ah, well, you can leave that particular quandary to us. I must ask that the guard stand down and allow us to engage this leader of eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well then, very well. Then our warden-slaying party shall include myself, the Lavilleurs, Captain Lena, and last but not least... me, Kips. Formidable group indeed. Into Holminster we go. Once we reach the Light One, do not hold back. We strike to kill. So here's what you can do. Form a party and enter small talk. Command of this sortie is yours. Though I am not as spry as I once was, I hope my long years of experience will serve you in some capacity. I can wield spells to heal or harm, or even fashion an arcane shield and sword, should we have need of a defensive wall. Simply say the word. Destroy a Light Warden for good? Ha! If it's possible now, then why not before? Whatever the Exarch believes, I will force a retreat if I deem it necessary. I did not become captain of the guard by being meek or weak. I can't help but wonder if the scale of this raid is related to the recruiting the Eaters were doing in Amarane. Not that it matters. After all the combat I saw, I'm more than ready to test my magics against one of these greater abominations. As you may have deduced, the troublesome quality of the wardens which I endeavored to raise earlier was this confounded capacity for spontaneous rebirth. But the Exarch seems confident he has matters in hand, so I shall trust that we may slay our foe without fear of the etheric aftermath. My restorative spells are at your disposal. Form a party and enter Holminster's switch. I am the paladin, I am the tank. I want... Alright. That's what we do.
Very well.
I want the Exarch. Instant kill, because you have NPCs. But you'll see they are quite a lot slower. I'm not sure I'll be able to keep up with all the dialogue they have. Oh god, that's Sin Eater. It can't be. Kill that bear.
You can pull more than one pack if you want, but you're the only one who will be doing any AoE. It might be worthwhile to pull two. We can try doing that once. But like, I don't think it's worth it. Because Alpino is DPSing. Like, he's a good healer, he's DPSing. So if you pull more, he won't be able to do that. But the DPS you gain might be greater. Let's give it a go. Nice, dude. Oh. He's barely keeping me up.
Thaliak, protect me!
I don't think it's really worth it. It's barely faster and it's a lot more stressful. Now the benefit of doing it with the NPCs is that you get all of the treasures. That's something that you grind. But you could just run through it solo as well. With a level 80. Another manager? You have a lot of those? They're a cancer? Why? Let's check their DPS. I'm kind of interested. Hire almost as many as that's retarded. Yeah.
Easy now, LSA. We faced it together. This is the monster we saw in our meringue. Paid far more than anyone who does actual work. Yeah. I understand.
Leave the healing to me.
This boss is mostly just avoiding a bunch of AoEs. Which is pretty much most bosses. Not a big fan of the Mega Corpse.
If I must.
You don't know what they're doing.
Let's give them a go.
Oh, limit break. Yeah. I'm gonna stay here.
The time has come.
Oh no, I still get the stacks of whatever. I don't like that. Are you serious? Heal me, you stupid fucking bitch! You have to recognize that and use Sentinel. Wait, wasn't... Oh, that was the first boss. You have to run all the way. Alpino, my most untrustworthy companion. My guys are so based. Yeah, that's good. Should warn them that they are too young to be doing that.
The time has come.
Leave the healing to me.
Okay, that's better. That's why I died. It's because I got all those stacks before. Because we were just standing in it with invulnerability. It wasn't Altino's fault. It was my fault. Why the fuck do people say stack for standing in a place and for collecting a number of debuffs? Is this confusing to anyone else? Not to me. Someone help! Look, there are still survivors. There's always some context. Because that could mean stand still. Why not just say stack? No one is ever just gonna yell stack and mean a stack of debuffs. Could maybe say gather. I don't see the problem. You're letting your autism get the better of you. It's fine. You are stacking. Everyone is stacking on top of each other. A row isn't a stack, that's a row. Row up, bros. Don't stack her, stack there. You're stacking too many stacks of bones. Yeah. Seems completely understandable to me. Fouls. Did we get any items to equip? Nope, nothing. Another eater. So this is where you went. Nice Dimity. I approve. The tickler? Don't tickle me! Ow. Here, all she does is she dashes between everyone. So as long as you spread out, so she doesn't go across the same person multiple times, it's fine. As long as you don't stack. Oh, we need to stack.
Leave the healing to me.
Holy Circle! Holy Circle! Lakeland Coat of Casting. Trying to get down here, but it didn't wanna. The rotation for Pally gets confusing to me later. I was a little bit confused, but I'm not very confused anymore. The only thing I'm not sure about is like what to open with, really. But I think you want to open with the Requiescat. However you pronounce that. Again. Put that there. you do Requiescat, and then you use Holy until you're out of mana. And then once you're out of mana, you I think you want to pop Fight or Flight right away. So you just do Fight or Flight, Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Goring Blade. Then it's just Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Royal Authority. Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Royal Authority. Here, when you get here, I can't tell you yet. Once you get Confiator. But I think Confiator is literally just like an ending to the Holy spell spam. So it doesn't actually affect anything, really. Atonement, I don't know what this is. It's honestly, like, it's really easy. The rotation is too simple. If I'm gonna be perfectly honest. They got super killed. Okay, so now we actually have Holy AoE. We'll spam. It's a little bit... The tricky part is that the magic part is very vulnerable to being interrupted. If you get interrupted even once, then you can't use up all your mana, really. But they're changing that. So it's gonna be less annoying. Because right now, you have to use up all 5 of your spell casts within the 12 seconds, which means you have no time to do anything else. Like, you have to cast everything. But what they're doing is they're changing it so that your next 5 spells do double damage for 30 seconds. So it's not gonna be as tight at this point. Is there any reason for the spell to be ranged? A little bit. It helps, like, it's only better than its range. Because it helps that you can actually use it in a range situation. Like if the ball runs away or whatever, we can keep spamming it. So you don't waste the buff as much. And as I said before, they're removing the cast time. It's going to be instant, it looks like. Unless something changes or I'm seeing it wrong. Because it feels kind of weird to use it right now.
How much damage does it do? $250. How much is that compared to this 220? But you get some Super Saiyan spells in Endwalker. I don't know if you've seen them. But it doesn't change anything, it seems. Like, all it does is, instead of casting Holy Spirit 5 times in a row, you cast Holy Spirit and then you get like a little combo that just looks cooler. That's it. But it's still one button. My eyes are fried. Yeah. Doesn't Excel at least have a dark mode if you want it? But I don't know, I kind of prefer not having dark mode too much on things. Got a rapier. It's dark white. Yeah. Light Warden Philia. Oh, Philia, you look cute. I like this music, it's bouncy, but now it's boring. Please don't kill me. Heal me! You bitch. Come on, get out of there! Get over it. Oh, never mind.
You underestimate me!
Leave the healing to
Fierce beatings. Oh no. I don't want that. Whoa!
If I must.
Stack! Oh, run! Why are you standing there? It's AI glitched.
Focus. Release!
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater.
Don't kill me. Gauntlets of Fending, we actually got some gear that I can't equip because it's worse. Cool. Lakeland Greatsword. I wonder if I have all this entire set already.
It's releasing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you. Behold! The monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
Oh, we have to invent lamps.
Scar. It can't be.
What's happening?
It's so beautiful. The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
That's me. His hair pierces his cloak.
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky, as it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed, but for the present, I beg you stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the wardens and restore darkness to the first.
Seems like I've no choice but to fight. Sounds like a glorious adventure. I will become the warrior you need. Where's ... Become the warrior you need.
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Exar, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. A single victory in a larger struggle, perhaps, but a monumentous one nonetheless. Now, as for how we proceed from here. The villagers we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about wounds or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the Warrior of Darkness has come. It is to be expected. Robin, I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? Seeing the light recede from Lakeland is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as the legendary Warrior of Darkness, I fear that, no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Yuln. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how Volthry responds to all of this. My thanks. Though we cannot freely celebrate your success, pray allow your heart to be buoyed by the joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. Ah, and I must ask the same discretion of you, Captain. It is my intention to share with our people the tale of a great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated the Light Warden, and has since departed for parts unknown, yes? As you wish, my lord. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day, about all of you. With that settled, I shall return to the Crystarium and make an address to the people. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits, and to think you'll not even need to shutter the windows to enjoy a dark and peaceful night's sleep. That's when they realize that they've all been sleeping during the night, or during the day.
the entire time and everyone has to readjust. Poor guys. I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. And I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask you to pass on the message, a message on your way to the pendants? Please tell Bragi. Please let Bragi know that we're bringing in a number of injured, and that any restoratives in the markets needs to be reserved for the infirmary. We should start making our way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. It wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. I'm staying behind as well. There's something I need to check on in Hallminster. We already went through the village top to bottom, Alice. We should all take the chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters, and I can't rest, not now. So please, I wish to be left alone for a while, and that means you as well, Robin. I shall be cross if you try to follow me. I promise to find you later when I feel myself again. Just you and me then, shall we? We need to do the leveling roulette. Anything else we need to kill here? Nah. Well, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there is something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I shall take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Bragi, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well, Robin. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alice safe home. All right. What can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern like every other stumbling soul in the city. Bye-bye. Looks like we've got a good part. It's gonna be easy. Depending on how we handle some of the rooms. Because you can skip like 2 rooms here. And if everyone isn't on board, then it becomes a pain in the ass. I usually don't skip them. There's someone here who can use the XP anyway. I don't really care. Come on. Oh, never mind. That was very close that the healer was gonna go down. Who's the one healing him? Is it Cerno? No, Sekhmet. This boss fight is a healer fight, honestly. All you need to do is have Isuna on your bar and get rid of the Sandy buff. That's like the only thing that does anything here. Okay, now someone there got the Sandy buff. It does a shitload of damage. And he used Isuna. Pro. And he died. Less pro. I don't have heal yet, otherwise I could maybe save this, but there's no way we're gonna save this now. Gonna be a fucking Actuar here, falling in the way. Ready for battle. Where's the last one? He died again. But it's fine this time. Work is ogre? Nice. It's all ogre soon. Yumi! Oh, we're gonna die. I bet this guy is gonna die again on this boss. Don't regen yourself to get your health points back. Bad idea. Honestly, I thought this boss was really cool the first time.
we also got Feeling Lucky. We got lots of XP. Challenge log. Hi, what can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern like every other stumbling soul in the city? I see. Well, Captain Lena can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment, if you're carrying messages for the guard, does that mean that you were there then? The battle at Hallminster? A stalwart lad like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs. Make himself known. I'm sure Glynard can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. Stick with Glynard. This is where you get your role quests here now. Instead of having job quests, they have role quests. So it's quests for tanks, quests for healers, quests for magical DPS, and quests for physical DPS. But they have much better writing than all of the other ones did. Ciela, more beer for table 2, and a couple of pints of mead for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Very specific orders. A couple of beers over there, please. Does that mean 2? Or does that mean 3? I mean, a couple does mean 2 technically, but not colloquially. Sorry. We're rushed off our feet. We're rushed off our feet this evening, sir. Can I get you anything? Drinks are on the house. Hmm? Oh, that Bragi has a twisted sense of humor. Yeah. To think he'd send you to me at a time like this. The first real night in a near 100 years, has folks riled up, and then some. What's more, there was that eater business at Hallminster Switch. They say a Light Warden was destroyed without a damn trace, and it was the warrior of darkness who did the deed. I really must apologize for Glynard. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumors of the warrior's appearance was the spark to their kindling. You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Aye, they swarm like angry bees around a queen. You need look no further than Hallminster for proof of that. But attacks on that scale don't happen every day, praise the blessed shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and then again, an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is foul. They're a danger to everyone, so the settlement council puts bounties on their heads, and our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the warden's slaying even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters they've dubbed the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, and when historians heard the descriptions given by survivors, well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as Light Wardens, not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our Virtue Hunters have all but given up, but knowing the Warrior of Darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. That Hume over there with the oversized sword is grandson. He is in it for revenge, wants to recruit a comrade in arms, as tenacious as he is. The Mr. lad is Lou Reek. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. He just lost a partner and seems to be on the lookout for a new one. I don't think I've done that. That's Sarig. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. Last, we have Giot, dwarf and drunkard both. Wanted to join forces with a healer, and only a healer. Something about needing a mender's wisdom. I've seen my share of competent veterans, and you have that look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of our hunters. Who knows? Together you might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue. Now there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we boasted the patronage of a successful virtue hunter. Welcome back, sir. I wonder if anyone can sleep with the city in such an uproar, but will you be retiring to your quarters? I guess. Very good. In light of the present situation, I have had illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, sir.
So it's your lot's turn to be the Warriors of Darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
Been watching, have you?
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang. And I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
So this is what the light was hiding. He's here. I must go to him.
Meanwhile, inside an Imperial Magitech facility in the Source.
Intruders! Fan out and find them!
Out of my way!
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Saristinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the warrior of light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadowhunter.
Stinian's mouth is too small.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own, they tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldessian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
Music's too loud.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Roll the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Saristinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
Ha! From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
But I guess that's that. What we can do. We do this. Now we can go inside, maybe. I just want to go to my inn room, you fucking bitch. Why is there a quest every time? Slut. Alright, fine, let's go to... Name's Alavinsa. I just want to see if we have more Hallminster switch gear. If we can make a new outfit. Nope, not here. We were going to the inn. Bardic broadcast vid. Never heard of it. But then again, I don't watch videos. What does he do? A grognard? I have no idea what that is. Talks about barbarians. Alright. What do we have here? Nothing there. Nothing there. We don't have the Lakeland gear. Unless it's on one of my NPCs. Alright. Could be nice. No, we don't have any Hallminster switch gear stuff. That's surprising. Something simple. That doesn't fit. Well, whatever. We're gonna stop there.
White and silver? Oh, you mean on the gloves? Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm having trouble finding anything that fits with this coat anyway. Kind of weird for some reason. But it might work with silver. You're right. But we're stopping there for today. Tomorrow is programming stream. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so tired. We'll see. Hopefully I can manage to do something. But now I shall go. So, until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.